So. Hallo. 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 Hello everyone and welcome back to this. Whatever this is. Hi Milgrips. Good evening. And hi Biop. Thanks for the raid. Hello everyone who's here from Biop. Yeah, very easy 3 screens. It's totally won't take long. I mean, yeah. It's just so absurd, right? Like this, how can the clear video for this nonsense be 1 hour long? Like, how can it happen that the clear video for this is 1 hour long? Welcome to the 3-screen sandbox. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is a sandbox in some sense, because you can actually do a lot of stuff. It's just very unclear how most of it is going to help. Yeah, hideout scene. You can do anything, it just doesn't give you 2 exits. Exactly! It's just very worrying that, like, I mean, I see lots of things I could do. I haven't done terribly much on stream, except get 1 exit and hypothesize a bunch of stuff. But, like, even with all of the hypothesizing I've done, and I'm pretty sure some of the stuff I have hypothesized would actually work, if I would be willing to actually bash my head against the wall for a while. But even with all of the hypothesizing I've been doing, I don't know how to get a second exit. And yeah, that's somehow the not just mildly worrying part. I mean, somehow that's the I guess actually very worrying part. That I can't even hypothesize a strat for 2 exits right now. Because the overworld is just so confusing to me. And so, given that the overworld is so confusing, it almost seems like I might actually want to do some stuff where I forcefully change game modes. Also, hi Magikey, enjoy nothing. Yeah, 3-screen sandbox. Yeah, it is worrying. It is worrying that I don't know what could even possibly help me in this situation. Considering how much Magikey talked about changing game modes, you're honestly surprised that this would be the first in the series to require it. But I mean, it would be the first in the series to require it, right? Because the 2-screen puzzle didn't need it. Even in the intended solution. It had a submap warp, but not an actual game mode change. In the intended solution. Of course, my solution didn't do any of that nonsense. I'm not sure why you would, honestly, when you can just beat the level. But yeah, I mean, it might be. Mm. But yeah, I should probably just like open Lunar Magic again. Of course, joke's on you, I had it open the entire time, I just didn't click on it in OBS. And so, I mean, last time... last time I looked at which events give favorable overworld paths. And I came to the conclusion that I don't actually know. Well, let's just stream the overworld editor. Wait. Am I stupid? Why is there no overworld editor? Hello? I hate OBS. Now there's an overworld editor. So just to recall. Mario's starting position is here. Except in practice it turns out to be here. Except sometimes you might actually end up here. Okay. So now that I've said these confusing words, the point is you can actually make it to the overworld under some circumstances in such a way that you actually do end up here. Okay. By the way, I never checked what this is about. What is this about? What's the relative positioning compared to this? And what's the relative positioning compared to this? Here. Huh. That's a bit off. That's a bit off compared to here. Because the main map coordinate system has like an offset compared to the submap coordinate system, so somehow this position on the submap coordinate system corresponds to this position on the main map coordinate system for some reason. I think. That's how it works. And yeah. Why does it work like this? I have no idea. It does work like this though. For some reason the origin of the one coordinate system is... Wait, it's here, right? It's at 0, 0. And it's at 120. So by that logic, 1825 should correspond to 17.5. Ah, which is here. Yes, great. Yes, exactly. This position is this position. Because the coordinate system is shifted by 1 when you do submap orbs. Because... I don't even know why how I should even justify this nonsense. I don't know. The game is just like this. Okay, great. So this position corresponds to this one, and so because of that, this position corresponds to this one. Okay, so it seems a bit dubious how to, like, seems a bit dubious trying to get to this castle. What else do we have? We have Luigi. Not sure why you would want to interact with Luigi. Can he give you another exit? Wait, that's the event editor mode. Ah. Okay, none of these set events. Neither of these. Okay, none of these set events. It's mildly worrying. I mean, no, that's actually not mildly worrying. Actually, that's very good. I don't want to interact with this part of the map at all. Just like double checking. Wait, what? Am I stupid? No. Okay, that's just how Runa Magic looks. Okay, there seems to be no reason to go here and submap warp. I think that's a good thing. It might also be a good thing that going here and submap warping doesn't seem to be a good case. Also, Magikey has said at some point that all of the red parts are soft blocks, so yeah. Okay, so this is how the overworld looks after you activate event 4. I want to point out that this is good, because this means that there is no red path here. This is how it looks after event 3. That I want to point out that this is good, because there is no red path here. So it looks after event 2. I want to point out that this is bad, because there's a red path here. And this is how it looks after event 5. I want to say this is doubly bad, because there are 2 red paths here. Okay. So now that I've said these words, I want to say this is how the overworld looks after event 6. This is good because there is no red path here. I mean, because there's now a path here and we want to go here at some point. Presumably. Possibly. Perhaps. Who knows. The other problem is that this level tile here, this level tile that I'm hovering over here, has direction to enable when normal exit is passed, up, and direction to enable when secret exit 1 is passed, down. And it activates event 3. Wait, am I stupid? Isn't that good? Wait, why did I say that's bad? Isn't that good? Direction to enable when secret exit 1 is enabled, down. Seems pretty down to me, and it activates event 3. So when I get the secret exit in here, I get event 4, and when I activate event 4, the overworld looks like... Oh. No, it looks like this. Wait, why did I say that's bad? This seems good to me. I think last time I claimed that that would be bad, but wait. Why is that bad? This seems good. Am I stupid? Why was I convinced that this is bad? Oh, right. I was convinced that this is bad because this then... Because this is set to reveal on event 4, and I don't want to reveal this tile, because this, if you press buttons, edit, view, future layer 1 tiles, you will see a star. And because you see a star, you do not want to reveal this tile. What the hell was that? I don't know, I press buttons. Which buttons did I press? I pressed some buttons. Oh, the level event display. Oh yeah, it looks bad. For some reason it is stretched by a factor of 2. Sideways. So for some reason it looks bad. It's You could probably ask someone who knows this stuff why this happens. I mean, of course it is a wine bug in some sense, but I don't understand wine, so I couldn't tell you why this happens. There honestly might be a way to fix it even within wine, but for that I would have to touch wine. Which... yeah. If I said that I don't understand wine, I just use it. We don't drink. Exactly. What? Anyway, I do not want to reveal this tile. And that's the problem, right? That's the problem. So if I activate event 4 by beating the secret exit on this level, then I get a favorable path. What? Oh. Wait, what? Huh. Interesting way to view the overworld. So if I activate event 4, then the overworld looks like this. Without layer 2? No. Without layer 2 it looks like this, but this is not actually without layer 2. It's something different. That also just happens to remove layer 2. It's not me pressing 2. I mean, this is me pressing 2. And this is me pressing 8. I have no idea why you would ever want to activate this. But it is not 2. It is 8. Okay, that's just what I want to say. Anyway, anyway, so that was the problem, right? So this activates event 4 when you go down, but then this becomes a level tile, and yeah, this seems kind of bad. It just seems kind of bad, everything. But nothing else even activates an event, so it seems kind of weird to go anywhere else. I mean, somehow there's not so many places that even activate events. This. Great. That's a very finite list. Just want to say that. So it's not like I can just cook up my own way of making events happen. And also, all these 3 level points that I have just pointed out, all of them have the no entry if level passed. No, actually that's not true. This guy does not have the no entry if level has been passed. Huh. What does this tell me? What does this tell me? I guess it tells me because, I mean, this is level 19, right? So this tells me that if I Go to level 19. Level looks like this. But I think there was actually a problem, because I think Event 5 was kind of bad. Was Event 5 bad? Was Event 5 that? Yeah, Event 5 was bad. Event 5 was bad because it automatically... because direction to enable when normal exit is passed is right. But if you actually move right on this level, from this level tile, then you actually end up on a red path. That's specifically created by Event 9, by Event 5. So you can't even say, okay, yeah, just get rid of that path. Because it will just create a new one for you to walk onto. So that's bad. And this is a normal exit goal tape. Is there something below these? Probably not. I mean, these are here in vanilla. It's just... You could hide something below them. All of these regular turn blocks? I'm going to presume so. But you know there's precedent for making them not normal turn blocks. So I'm going to check. Wait, there's an easier way to do this. Yeah. So, So I mean, so we have actually what I never even checked if this doesn't even have vertical scrolling this level. I kind of never checked if this even has vertical scrolling. It does not have vertical scrolling. So this level doesn't have vertical scrolling, so it's even dubious how I would ever activate this keyhole. And keyholes are permanent. And this one definitely spawns on level load. So it's a bit dubious how I would ever activate this. Oh yeah. Stealing from the abyss. But... I have the feeling that I won't be able to do the abyss strats here. In order to get this keyhole. Did you say you pressed 8 on the overworld? Yes, I pressed 8 on the overworld. It's a keyhole, not an orb, so it's not the exactly. It's just inspired by. Or something, I don't even know. What? This is Lunar Magic 3.40. It's only in layer 1 event mode that it does something. It also does something in layer 2 event mode. But yes, I agree. It only does something in event mode. Okay, anyway, with that said, so this means that I do not know how to get any exit in this level. That's the first thing. I do not know how to reach this level. I do not know how to beat this level. Actually, I think I know how to reach this level. Actually, I think that's the one thing I actually do know how to do. Reaching this level. I just don't know why I would ever want to. But I think I know how to get here, at least. Because I think you can trigger a submap orb. Hi, Red777. Welcome to staring at Lunar Magic for presumably the next 4 hours, and then, I don't know, being sad, because I didn't figure out anything. It's my prediction for how the stream is going to go. I mean, it's going to be an extremely exciting stream. Tune in for exciting glitch puzzle action. Yeah. I cannot believe that these arrows are just one map 16 blob each. What the fuck? This is so stupid. One giant map 16 blob. I have to optimize level load for a level you can't re-enter. Yes, of course you have to. There's it's absolutely mandatory. Okay, so ROM space? No ROM space was saved with that. Because the map 16 page... Because I think map 16 pages are only saved when they're used. I think? Does the Magic just reserve space for like every map 16 page? Whenever you first save a level? Because this definitely causes extra map 16 pages to be used, right? And those take up space. Like one map 16 page is 1 kilobyte, I think. Is that true? No, it's more than 1 kilobyte. It's... like my 16 pages are like actually big. They're bigger than 1 kilobyte. It's called not making the player wait. You wouldn't know because Cruella 2 Koopa Kid. So it's extra funny to me because you're pointing out the Koopa Kid when Cruella 2 has a 255 exit event. Which is like so much worse. What was the Koopa Kid? And the snow auto-scroll. The snow auto-scroller is good though. That's like just a good level. It's like just a good level. What was the Koopa Kid? Can I show you the Koopa kit? Not sure if I can. And presumably I can, if I just look long enough for a copy of Koeda 2. Not if you're bringing 10 springboards. Wait, where's the Koopa kit? Koopa kit is here. Koopa kit. Boo. Yoshi. Koopa kit. How do you open screen exits like this? You mean like this? You press Alt, and then you press right click on your mouse, and then you swipe to the right. And if you want to go back, you swipe to the left instead. This is just addictive doing this. It's kind of fun though. I mean, it's just kind of fun. It's just useful as well. Not just fun, it's useful. Anyway, back to this. It's a very good feature, yes. People should read the Lunar Magic documentary, like the Lunar Magic documentation. It's actually useful. I mean, I know I've said this several times on the stream, but I will stand by it. The Lunar Magic documentation is actually good. It is perhaps not so good that you... I mean, I wouldn't even say it's not so good that you even need one, because, I mean, somehow this program has just a lot of features that not everyone needs, so it's fine to have them hidden away, I think. Because they are actually documented. I mean, some of them are not documented. Those are not the ones that I talk about. That sucks. There's a documentation, just like put everything in there, but anyway. So with all of that said, I've now talked a lot. And what I figured out is that I don't know what I'm doing. And that's bad. In case you're wondering. It's bad. So we have the overworld. The overworld has exactly 3 levels mapped on it that give an event. These events are, well, basically just 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think there's any other event you can possibly trigger. Because only events 3 and 5 are mapped, and so somehow you will be able to get event 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's only 3 levels. Let's stream the overworld returns again. So there's only 3 levels that even have an event associated to them, which is this guy, this guy, and this guy, and this guy. Normal exit soft locks you like this. Secret exit brings you here and finishes the any % route. This guy here, normal exit, doesn't unlock the path downwards, but prevents you from entering this level again, thus soft locking you at this position. Secret exit lets you walk down, but reveals this tile. Because this is a star, and so it will be revealed then. Wait, you can resize layer 1 tiles? Actually, no, you cannot. What is this? This is a complete bullshit feature. It looks like you can resize tiles, but no, it just generates a bunch of new ones. Why would you want to do this? This is now all each one individual object. Why would you ever? Ah, it lies to you. Hi, Bugs88. Thank you for the luck. I need it. Okay, with all of that said, so normal exit allows you to go up. In case you're wondering, there is no path upwards. In case you get the secret exit, you go down, but then this level tile gets revealed, and then this level tile gets revealed. The star gets revealed, and then you can't enter the star anymore. And because you can't enter the star, you can't trigger event 6, and because you can't trigger event 6, you can't go from here to there. Because this is where you want to go, right? Ultimately, this is where you want to go. Level 103, this is where you want to go. And the only way to go from like this part of the map to this part of the map, using not like extremely hard glitches, presumably. I mean, even using extremely hard glitches, like going from here to here is just like go there, like just get event 6. But to get event 6, you either need to beat the secret exit of this or the secret exit of this. And with all of that said, I don't even know how to get the secret exit in here. And also the game pretty explicitly tells you, and I quote, "This hack is possible without PI shenanigans or arbitrary code execution." So presumably getting a keyhole in your item box is not the solution, because I think the strats to getting a keyhole in your item box are all pretty like either PI or Ace adjacent. So my assumption is going to be that I don't want to put a keyhole in my item box. I don't even know how to get a keyhole in my item box, but I mean, definitely now not like the standard Chuck Eats give you one. You can get a key using one of the standard Chuck Eats, but not a keyhole. And it's the keyhole that's hard to get there, not the key. The key is easy to get, just wait. No, not even the key is easy to get. Wait. I was like thinking, oh yeah, the key is easy to get. Because I was like, yeah, just fly over the level, just fly over the goal and just like get the key. But actually, the vertical camera is locked, so you can't even fly over the goal. Oh, that's bad. Also, I want to point out, while you can technically enter this level twice, from the overworld at least, you will die immediately. Except if you do the following things, namely you get one exit, somehow, I have no idea how you would, but you get one exit somehow, and then you somehow manage to not get softlock on the overworld as a result of that. Which seems hard. And then you reset your console, and then you select your save file, which will now have one exit saved, but not the moon collected, so you can re-enter. The problem being that the save prompt when beating a level occurs on reaching the next level tile, not on actually beating the level on the overworld. So in particular, if the level ends and then the overworld forces you into an infinite loop, then even if there's a save prompt attached to the level, you can't actually take it because you will never reach a destination tile again. And yes, I checked, level 19 is not one of the famous no auto walk levels. Because there exists a list of 5 levels on the overworld called no auto move levels. And actually it's 6 levels. And they have the property that you don't automatically walk after you beat them. But none of the levels in this hack has this associated to them, which is sad. Also, be right back. Okay. So... yeah, welcome to Tomato Garden, the level with all of the tomato surprises. It does have a, like... This hack just has a lot of them. Like, you think you make progress, and then it turns out that the hack just, like, doesn't want you to do that. Unfortunately, I need to update the hack again. Why? Blame Dazin. Dazin, why? What happened? Or actually, don't answer that question. Because I don't actually want to know in that much detail. Just answer the question, what are you going to change? Like, can you tell me what you'll change? This level... interesting. You accidentally placed the moon via map 16 instead of the object menu. Wait, I'm mad. I checked for every coin! I checked for literally every coin in level 105, whether it is map 16 placed or object. And then there's a fucking moon which is map 16 placed. Why would you even place a moon via map 16 in the first place? Magikey, please, like... Okay, that's it. Actually, I just realized I don't know what actually happens if you hit or... No, actually nothing should happen. Never mind, the question is irrelevant. Yeah, that's a very good idea. You should definitely steal that. Like, that's peak level design. Having a moon placed in via map 16. Yes, yes. Very good level design. Do that. I want to point out, despite all of the loading optimization, for some reason this key block here is a direct map 16 tile and not the actual object. This makes it 1 byte bigger. Yeah. So, random fact about the map 16 object. They're 1 byte bigger than the extended objects, the corresponding ones. Actually, is that true? Wait, is that true? I just know it for the standard objects. Is this true for the extended objects as well? How do I check this? Not by editing this ROM. It's my test ROM. Nothing illegal here. So I place a moon. 27C bytes. I press a moon from the hex 16 menu. 27D bytes. Do you see this? Do you see this? 27D bytes. Unacceptable. 1 byte. Save the bytes. See? 27C bytes. Now the word is in order again. Not if you scale down multi-selected. Okay, let's check this. This is a multi-selected one. You scale it down. 27F bytes! Now that's unacceptable. Wow. Unacceptable. Okay. Done. The checking on conditional direct map 16 also. So this is the evil moon. 27F bytes. Let's now also make it conditional. 281 bytes. Wow. Wow, this moon can pack so many bytes. Powerful object. Multi-selected downscaled map 60 direct map 16 access tile with conditional map 16 on. Yes. I'm actually using conditional direct map 16 for my current hack. My current hack, yeah, it exists. Okay, so with all of that said, I've gone on a circle and have realized I do not know where to go. I mean, sometimes in this situation, it helps to not answer the question, where do I go, but rather, where can I go? And assuming that the hack is possible, one of the directions where I can go is also one of the directions where I do go. Right? Yes. That's how it works, right? You just write down everything that you can possibly do, and assuming that it is possible to do what you want to do, you will do one of the things. You will do the correct thing at some point, right? Yes. So just figure out everything I can possibly do from, well, from where exactly. The problem is that I'm not trusting this level in any way, so technically speaking, I should say, yeah, do everything that I can possibly do from the title screen. Which is mildly worrying, that I have to go back that far. But yeah, kind of the problem. Okay, so kind of what is the problem? I mean, somehow the problem is that most of the levels have the no entry if level passed flag set. Because, I mean, after all that I've said, I do actually want to enter this level. And do a submap warp from here. Right? This is what I want to do. But now the thing is, I could, of course, try to do a submap warp. Wait. Wait. What if I just get the submap warp and do the submap warp and then just get the secret exit? How does this resolve? Wait, how does this game work? How does the game determine which event to activate? Probably using your trans level number, right? Yeah, it checks your trans level number. And your trans level number is not affected by the submap warp. The submap warp affects your coordinates, not your trans level number. So, assuming I do in this level, I'm somehow able to trigger both the submap warp and the secret exit of this level in one go. Which... how dubious does that seem? It doesn't seem that dubious, right? Seems like it should be possible. And if I do that, then, assuming I understand the game correctly, this will start me off on the star, on the overworld, and also trigger event 6 at the same time. And then I take the star, and then I warp to... right? This star. And then I warp to here. And let's just activate the correct events that I will then have activated, which is just this one. Oh. Oh. That's why you can't do that. Is that true? Yeah, I think that's... yeah, but okay, of course that doesn't work. Because that... okay, that's the reason why event 6 puts one red tile here. So that you can't do this. Let's just double check that this is really what's going on. Wait. What is this? What is this? Why can't I select this? Am I stupid? Okay. Because it was theoretically possible that... actually, I don't know whether you can have 2 layer 1 event tiles on the same spot. Can you? Can you have 2 layer 1 event tiles on the same spot? I mean, I don't see why you couldn't, but I also don't know how events are stored internally. Because then it would suddenly start mattering in which order you resolve events in. Which is a whole host of new issues. Because I think Lunar Magic doesn't actually have any logic to display that. Ah. Okay, so this doesn't work either. So you can't do the thing where you do secret exit here. And event 5 also blocks you from going there, right? Yeah. Event 5 also unlocks a path here. So you can't do the thing where you get where you trigger event 5 here by getting the normal exit in this level and then submap warp and then go here and then walk here, because then you will hit a red path here and the red path soft block you once again. Ah! Huh. That's bad. It's like bad. Okay. So it's not just a matter of trigger the submap warp, also get the exit somehow, and then you go here, because if you trigger an exit in here, then that triggers an unwanted event, and the unwanted event triggers a red path here. And so when you go to the star and then go here, then you can't walk over here because there will be a red path here. Because that would somehow having done that would have that would have like somehow removed the need to do something in this level, and in particular it would have resolved the tension between event 3 not doing anything and event 4 allowing you to go here but also unlocking this level tile. Also, why is there a red level path here? Like, this is once again slightly worrying, as I like to say. Is there anything else that's actually worrying? Yeah. There is something else that's worrying. You see it? Because I see it. This is worrying. And I don't mean the fact that this event overwrites this level point. That's not at all what worries me. What worries me is that this is event 0. And I want to point out, I have no fucking clue how to activate event 0. Okay, I just want to stress this. I have no idea. I actually have no idea. It's, once again, mildly bad, I think. How do you activate event 0? Should I even question? I am not going to question this. Seems like you don't want to activate event 0 anyway. So event 0 seems to have something attached to it, but then well, obviously events 3 to 6 have something attached to them, but I think none of the events past that have something attached to them. So, yes, you can have 2 event tiles on the same spot, of course. Proof, both event 5 and 6 have 1 tile here. And both event 3 and 4 have a tile here. And then we have event 3, which has a tile here. Wait. Destroy level tile settings. Okay, it seems to be that this event level, that this event 3 just spawns a tile on top of this level, which is unenterable. Interesting. Apart from that, we have event 3, which blocks this path, event 4, which blocks this path. And for some reason, event 10 spawns... No, both event F and event 10 spawn a castle in the corner here. Multi-worrying again? Mildly worrying again. Like, hello? What are you doing here? So we have event 3 and event 4. Planting paths like here, red paths. And then we have event 5. Like a bunch of stuff in event 5. And we have event 6. Doing a bunch of stuff here. We have event 0. This seems to be all of the event tiles. Hi, Shao. This is an overworld, yes. Yeah. Of course, it had to happen at some point that a puzzle hack would just have an overworld that's confusing as hell. I mean, of course, there have been like puzzle hacks before that play with overworld stuff, but this one is mildly worrying. It's especially mildly worrying because for some reason there is an event tile associated to event F, one associated to event 10, and one associated to event 0, despite there being no level that activate any of these events. Okay, so with all of this said, what do I learn from this expedition in the overworld editor? No level set in LM, I imagine you can use ASM. I mean, yes, but if that would be the case, then I would personally like go to Magikey's house and yell at him. You can yell at me here. Yeah, but like, if the solution to this was to just like, there is some custom ASM that just randomly triggers event 10, then, yeah. That would evoke a different reaction from me. And by different, I don't mean different in the good way. Spawn a resident in this kitchen and watch the floor disappear. Something is the brown platforms in slot 5. I want to point out that I never figured out why that is there, but... I mean, I then sort of figured out why it's there, because I watched the clear video, but in my actual solution I never figured out why it's there. Also, I have not figured out why any of these secondary entrances exist. It's also very specific ones, right? It's 49, 79, and A9, so they're spaced 30 apart. No custom ASM, but there's a custom spike that uses RNG, and I'm not going to tell you how it works. Beautiful. Okay, I have probably done this before, where I've like gone through every single level and checked whether they added it. Or at least like briefly spotted at them to see if they obviously added it. I mean, I guess there's a Lunar Magic feature that would actually answer this question for me. Levels. Export. Wait. Oh, analyze resources and levels is not what I want. I think I have to export the levels to files. Um, 12 levels have been exported. So here's the complete list of all levels that have been edited, in case you were wondering. 0. Honestly, this looks pretty normal to me. But it has been edited. According to Lunar Magic. C5. Yeah, okay, sure, I knew about this. C7, yes. C8, yes. 1. Looks pretty edited to me. 6. I don't know. 19. Yeah, okay, sure, I knew about this. 101. Yes, I knew about this. 102. Magikey, explain. Looks pretty unedited to me, though. But what if it isn't? But actually, you can tell that it is edited because you see when the midway entrance and the normal level entrance are placed on the exact same tile, not by choice, but because the midway entrance is just hardbound to be at the same location as the primary entrance, then you get this symbol here. And this symbol is not here, despite the entrance and the midway entrance being at the same spot. Which means that somebody moved the midway entrance in this level. Curious. I wonder who that might have been. Yeah, okay, sure. Magikey, stop moving entrances around. You're confusing Lunar Magic. Okay, yeah, and then the other ones I knew that they were edited. Hi. Okay, so that's it. There were 12 edited levels. I just went through all of them, so there are no surprises. Well, I guess maybe except for this one, but yeah. Good filter, I wish it worked. Okay, so yeah, with all of that said, we once again at a spot where nothing has been achieved. I mean, I guess I learned a few things. I learned how the events are structured. I learned about how the events are structured, and I learned about how the... Okay, maybe I didn't learn anything. Having said all of this, I still don't know what I'm doing. Is there like anything you could try to do in here that's somehow funky and interesting? Maybe you should press Shift F2 at some point to see more funky things. Like, do I see anything interesting in here? Because I sure don't. I mean, I guess the one interesting observation about this level... I mean, maybe there are more than one interesting observation about this level, but... I guess one thing that I didn't do yet is beat the Yoshi intro in on the title screen. That's something kind of funny, and I've never done it, so let's just kind of do it. Wait, how hard is it going to be? How hard can this be? The answer is it's going to be easy. Easy, he said. Wait, from the title screen. I love my emulator not running at 60 FPS when the Lua script is open. The Lua script doesn't even draw anything on screen and it's already, like, dying. I'm just going to play at 50% speed anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but... Wait. Why is the P-switch there? Curious difference. Curious difference that I didn't notice before. How much does this matter? How much do I care? I don't think I care that much. I don't think I care that much. Just claim that for a second that I don't care that much. Maybe I will care about it in a second. Ah, right, wait. I do actually care. Oh. I do care because this level is actually kind of different from the level 105 in some ways. Yes, ways. I'm being very precise here, of course. Ooh. Maybe it's not actually completely trivial. Can I just jump up here? I don't think I can. I think there's a block in the way if I try to, yeah, right. Hmm. Do I want to have the safe? Do I like the safe state? Do I want to keep the safe state? I don't think I want to keep the safe state. I think the safe state is awful. Go away, safe state. It's the time where I tried a Yoshification and it didn't work. I should just use the predictor of the script. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure why I'm doing this, honestly. What I'm currently trying. But I don't have anything better to do, so might as well. Okay, so you do your distance duplication, you get your springboard, you're happy or something? I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm happy with my springboard, but I guess having a springboard is better than not having one. Not having a springboard, so next question is, what do I do? Throwing the key too early. Also, this is not working the way I want it to work. Can you, like... This is somehow not working the way I want it to work. Maybe you can make it work. Hmm. Hmm. The problem is that this doesn't land on the key. Is there a way to fix this? Yeah, actually there is a way to fix this. Right, there's a way to fix this. The way to fix this is to... make sure you're... I guess the way to fix this is to do this. But do it properly. What? Wait, what? I'm so confused. You can't grab the key on this frame? Hello? Grab the key? Grab the key? Have you tried grabbing the key? Oh. The problem is that I was pressing B. Ah. Uh. Oh no. I had hoped this would work, but... Yeah. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I'll just say unfortunate. Please don't ask me what this would actually achieve. I don't know anymore at this point. Can you even grab the baby Yoshi? Yeah, exactly. It's not so clear to me that this will even achieve anything, but at this point I am just sad that this doesn't work. How much am I off? Like, I'm already very close to even just hitting the block straight up. But this is not on the subpixel level, unfortunately. Like this, there's like actual pixels between me and success. Yeah, but it's just so sad. And it looks like it should be on there, right? Like somehow... This looks like it should be fine, right? Like you're so much above the key, but you're still moving upwards. And the key is just moving upwards, well, faster than you are. So it's not fine. Because you're still moving upwards on these frames, because there's no ceiling to bonk you. Yeah, okay. Unfortunate. I mean, you can go through the ceiling, right? Like, you can definitely reach up there, but you will just be locked out of getting down again, because you will hit the block on the way up. And that's not good enough. That's sad, that's sad, that's sad. I don't think you can get around that, though. Sad. Sad. Okay, so what can I do instead? Because the problem is also that the baby Yoshi is just in a kind of bad position. I mean, you can make it up there, right? Like, it's not impossible to make it up there. In fact, I think this should be a strat where you, like... pushes you too far to the side. I see. This would make it through the ceiling otherwise, but... Or strats like that can actually make you to... Can get you through ceilings, but... Actually, wait, is that true? Maybe I'm actually lying on that. They can get you through the ceiling if you're big, but... Single springboard strats, while small, actually... Maybe more tricky. Actually, can you get this P-switch? Because the intuitive answer seems to be no, you can't get this P-switch. But maybe there's a non-intuitive answer where it's yes. Who knows? What would you even have to do to get this P-switch? I mean, if you had a solid sprite in slot 0, then you could use that solid sprite in slot 0 to push you out after you have grabbed the P-switch. The problem with that is I think you need to clip into the block 2 pixels to grab this P-switch, and then you don't even win. So I guess you can... But no, that doesn't work because it's not a key, it's a P-switch. Why does everything suck in this level? Why does everything suck in this level? Huh. That's bad. This version of the level is kind of awful. Like, it's just kind of hard to do anything. Yeah, I can kill myself like this. Pretty cool. And yeah, this just blocks me. And of course, if I had a P-switch, it would be easy to go through there now. But of course, at the cost of spending a P-switch, but sure, that's fine. I mean, you get a Yoshi for it, that seems like a good deal. Except, of course, that I only care about this Yoshi because it's kind of blocking my... Well, my Yoshi block from containing a Yoshi. Like, I'm not actually that interested in this Yoshi. Like, somehow, if it could just go away, I'd be happy. But I don't think you can just make it go away. I don't think that's how it works. Like, you can ask it nicely to go away, but it won't. This is all awful. All of this is terrible. So actually it seems like a non-trivial task to even activate the Yoshi Wings bonus game in this version of the level. It's also questionable what I would even gain from that. Of course, that's at least a question that I can actually answer, because at the end of the day, assume this Yoshi was dead. Do I gain anything from that? Like... I mean, assume I can somehow kill this Yoshi. Wait, I'm duplicating to the wrong side. Also, why is my Yoshi so far away when I'm trying to get wings? That's maybe bad. Just maybe. I love lag. Okay, so what happens if you go to the Yoshi Wings bonus game on the title screen? Hmm. I mean, if I just play the bonus game, like, normally. First of all, this is not how the vanilla bonus game looks, but... Sure, we already knew it was edited, but... And then arrow to the left. Whatever that means. So I go below the level and then... Ah. Ah. I see. Extremely useful. Now I have a blue Yoshi. And now this baby Yoshi has... Yoshi Head graphics. Interesting. I mean, none of this seems terribly useful. Can you actually enter a door like this? Yes, you can. Huh. Learning. Okay, but... What do I gain from any of this? Like, I went to the Yoshi Wings bonus game, and... that didn't seem so terribly interesting. What else can I do? I can get a P-switch. Hmm. I guess I want a springboard. But like, none of this seems useful in any way what I'm doing here. I mean, all of what I'm doing here is completely pointless. I mean, I already know that, right? So I don't know why I'm even doing it, but... I mean, I know why I'm doing it, right? Because I don't know what to do what else to do, right? I mean... Like this, I'm doing at least something. I'm playing the game. having lots of fun playing the game. The game, which consists of pressing A against the ceiling. Exciting game. Oh yeah, it's crazy gameplay that's going on here. Like, wow, so much gameplay. And you enter the pipe. And you come out on the other side of the pipe. And wow, isn't this exciting, right? I mean, this is wait, am I only wait, is this what I think it is? Wait. Am I stupid? Yeah, okay. Should have recognized it sooner. Should have recognized it sooner. I admit. Wow. Wow. Magikey shitposting. Should have really recognized this sooner. I mean, in case you couldn't tell, this is the end. This room is the end. Well, this is the room in easy 3-screen puzzle. Should have recognized this sooner. Okay, so yeah, amazing reference to the end here. But doesn't seem so useful. These death block tunnels are very recognizable. I mean, they are. Yeah. It's funny because none of the levels that I actually showed in the ROM there were levels that you actually see in a playthrough, right? All of them, I think actually all of the ones that I showed were cut content. But they still have this the endness to them. Anyway. What's keeping you in the title screen anyway? 0109. Yeah, actually that's a good question. What's keeping me in the title screen? I actually do not know. So let's say I poke 0 into 0109. So I now poked 0 into 1009. And we have reached the overworld. Not in a spot where you would want to. Hello? I think that's a spot where I want to be. Why do I end up here? Wait, what? Wait, how did I go here? Why am I here? What? Huh? I admit I kind of didn't realize the fact that in the top left corner of the overworld, there's a warp star bringing you to level 6. Not so clear to me that this is useful in any way, but it is true. So, probably best to just remember it. I just realized something else. You know what 7F is? 7F is the destination here. I believe Star Warps and the red level tile warps share the same destinations. Is that true? I think that's true. Is that true? Do I actually understand how this game works? I think that's true. It's the dialogue for exit-enabled paths on the overworld. So there's two dialogues for that. There's F5, which shows where stars warp, and there's F6, which tells you where the exit-enabled paths go. And the point is that this is And the blue number is the ID of the tile itself, and the pink number or the purple number is is where it goes to. So in particular, you see that this is blue 7F, and this is purple 7F. So these paths will actually go here. And so this means that if you somehow trigger one of the red paths here, they will bring you here. However, now that I'm saying this, I think this is actually bad. Because somehow, what does it mean to trigger an event here? It means that you have taken this path. But what does it mean that you have taken this path? It means that you have activated the secret exit in this. But what does it mean that you have activated the secret exit in this? It means that you have activated event 6. And what does it mean that you have activated event 6? It means that you have activated a red tile here. And what does it mean that you have activated a red tile here? Exactly, it means you don't want to be here. So, yeah. Maybe that's not actually so good. Okay, maybe that's bad. Maybe actually that's just bad. Ah. Yeah, maybe it's just bad. I think that's just bad. Ah. Okay, so if it's just bad, then it's just bad, and I don't want it then. I think that's just not interesting. Yeah. I mean, interesting, okay, sure, but not useful. But yeah, so if you poke 0 into 019 while you're on the title screen, this allows you to go here. Which may be useful? Not entirely clear to me, because it's not entirely clear to me how you would ever achieve that legit. Because 0109 is kind of, I mean, it's not super far away from the sprite tables. But it's not that close either. The closest sprite table is E4, which is the X position, low byte. Which is at least good, because X position low byte tends to be an address that you can like influence in many different ways. But okay, the fact that you can influence X position low byte is nice and all, but E4 is still quite far away from 0109. Because it would be entry 25, hexadecimal 25 into the table. And somehow I don't know how to index a sprite table at slot 25, hexadecimal. Right, so somehow the line-guided sprites, they give you access to 0 to 1F. I mean, normally, of course, you have access to 0 to B, but then with line-guided sprites, you get access to C to 1F, and then there's the null sprite. But the null sprite goes too deep. And the rest doesn't go deep enough. So 0109 is kind of not what you want. I mean, it's not what you get. I guess it's what you want. It's not what you get. Of course, you could try a stack overflow. Yes. You do a stack overflow, and in the process, you you change 0109. Yes. That's surely a good idea. Somehow trigger a stack overflow. And the submap warp? What? What about the submap warp? That works by opening the display level 1 message sprite. Yes. And the display level 1 message sprite is secretly, or I mean, semi-secretly, it is being a p-switch. That is, if you normalize a p-switch, then you get to run the display message 1 sprite. And the display level message 1 sprite with reset 0109. Is that true? It sounds plausible, but is it true? Wait, I should properly. Wait, call sprite main, please. And then we have display level message 1 sprite, which is called display message 1. Let's go there instead. And then LDA 1564X, CMP01, BNE, STA, STA, STZ, INC. Doesn't look like 0109 is being modified. Am I stupid? Like, this is what's being run. This is the entire main routine. There's nothing more. Wait, how's it called? Sprite init? Sprite init. Init message p site exit. Well, thank you. Wait. Hello? Doesn't exist. Okay, bad. Also doesn't exist. Is it because of this? Regex enabled? No, hopefully not. I would never. Yeah, no. No. Not. I typically don't have this enabled. Ah. This is the wrong kind of STA. This is the wrong kind of STA. There should be no STA. Is it STZ? I hate the syntax. Well, can't you just search? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Are you looking at the screen? So you have to stz.w0109 in this disassembly. I don't agree with this choice. Let's just say I don't agree with this choice. This is hilarious to me, by the way. You see which routine this is? Exactly. This is the starting routine anyway. What's this? File select. Push X, yeah, that's not it. Subside exit. Closing display message one sprite. Yeah, that's this one. Yeah. So how do we go here? Because it's not entirely clear to me how we are going here. 05B15A. How do we get here? Oh. So it's LDA0109, BNE here. Do some nonsense. STZ0109. Okay. So if you dismiss any message box while 0109 is non-zero, then 0109 gets set to 0. So in other words, closing a message box 00109. Which makes sense. Actually, it makes complete sense that the display level message 1 sprite isn't the one responsible, because closing a message box in the intro level works. Right? You can just open a message box and just close it. And it will bring you to the overworld. You also go to game mode B. So, yeah. This was yeah, exactly. This is what you pointed out earlier, and now I understand your point. I see. Okay, yes, you're right. So, because closing any message box will do it, this means that... But this means that if I close any message box in the title screen, this loads the overworld. But because I never selected a file... Mario will spawn in the top left corner of the overworld. So in other words, if you normalize a P-switch on the title screen, you go to the overworld and you spawn at 0, 0. I think that's somehow what we should learn from this. If I normalize... If I normalize a P-switch on the title screen, then that's good. Also, I'm noticing that I'm cutting off one line. So I have secret files open that I don't want to show. Which is why I'm cutting off the top of the screen. I could close these, but then... So why the text editor was cut off, but like this, it's fine. So that's fine. Okay, so what do I learn from this? What do I learn from this? I guess not that terribly much I learned from this. Doesn't it just show the tab alone, or is the file name the problem? I mean, I'm sort of exaggerating when I say how secret these files are, but yes, there's one where I don't want to show the file name. For reasons. Which are kind of silly reasons, admittedly. I mean, the reasons are not serious reasons. They're very silly reasons, but but they're reasons nonetheless. Okay, with all of that said, I still don't really know what I'm doing then. Because, okay, so what have I learned from this observation here? I mean, seriously, what have I learned from this observation? I have learned that if I'm in this level and I normalize this p-switch, then I go to the overworld. And this allows me to go to the overworld in a way that lands at 0, 0. But here's the question. Why? Why do I care at all about this fact? It's a neat fact, but why do I care at all? Because previously I was already able to... Oh, wait a second. I just realized that I was being stupid the entire time. I think I was stupid the entire time. That's the reason why I care, I see. Okay, here's the explanation why I was stupid the entire time. If you submap warp, then you of course submap warp from your current overworld position, right? So, what happens then? Right, because because you store 1 to 1F11 and you store 1 to 1FB8. Now, of course, I do not know by heart what these addresses are. But surely they are very, very interesting addresses. Current submap. And what's 1FB8? What's 1FB8? Oh. The SRAM buffer. Okay. So basically you just get moved to the submap, right? That's why it's called the submap warp. But of course it's a submap warp relative to your current position. And now, here's a silly observation. If you do the submap warp from here, you land here. But you can't enter this level, so you would do the submap warp from here, and then you land here. Which, in case you didn't realize, is not that interesting, I think. Like, you land here. So if you do the submap warp from here, you land here. You don't want to go here. You want to go here, which would require you to do a submap warp from here. But this is not the level you're playing. This is the level you're playing. Okay? Okay? Okay. Yeah. It's being mildly stupid. So, with that said, right. If you submap warp in the intro, you don't land at 0, 0 of the main overworld, you land at 0, 0 of the submap overworld, which, once again, isn't so terribly interesting, right? Yeah. So you don't actually want to submap warp, you want to... What do you want to do? You want to close a message box, so I guess you want to spawn a message box? But... how do you spawn a message box? Yoshi message. Wait a second! You do the submap warp, this changes your submap to the... Wait, no. You do the submap warp, this changes your submap to the Yoshi's Island submap, and then you trigger the Yoshi message, but that doesn't reset your submap. No. That's not how it works. The problem is the rescue Yoshi message only appears when you're on Yoshi's Island. So while that would have been hilarious to do first the submap warp to then trigger the Yoshi message, yeah. Not that interesting, I think. So you would actually have to spawn a message box, like a genuine message box. Which, I don't really know how I would do that. I guess because this pipe is exit enabled, you could in theory somehow try to... do a pipe cancel, but then what would you gain from this? Ignoring the fact that I have no idea how to get this mushroom, by the way, but... different issue. What is any of this about? Conditions are in Yoshi's Island, first time, and not title screen. So actually Yoshi's message doesn't work anyway because it checks 0109. Ah. Well, doubly unfortunate then. But then this leaves, I mean, somehow there's not so many ways to trigger a message box, right? There's... the display level message 1 sprite. There is the message box. There is the Yoshi rescue message. And there is Switch Palace messages. Switch Palace messages also exist. But I wouldn't see how to press the Switch Palace switch. And I wouldn't see how to spawn a message box. Especially because I'm not allowed to repoint the sprite level pointer. How far from sprite tables is 1426? In the wrong direction, unfortunately. I don't think there is a sprite table before 1426. They start pretty quickly after 1426, but I don't think there's one before 1426. But I like your thinking. Yeah, sprite tables. I wanted to say that 14c8 would be the first one, and yeah, 14c8 is indeed the first one. At least in like this block of RAM. I mean, there's of course like the ones before the stack, but out of the ones that come somehow after the stack, it's 14c8. It's the first one. Yeah, it's like there's no good table between 1326 and yeah, there's just nothing there. It's all like sporadic RAM address. Like it's horrible. They're all like just some random sporadic RAM address. Bad. Very bad. Ah. So what can I do? I can change the sprite data pointer, but the game very explicitly tells me that I shouldn't do that. I can set C2 of the sprite in slot 0 to 0, but like I'm pretty sure that's always boring because like 0 is pretty much always an intended way. Like an intended value for that address, like C2. I guess the growing shrinking pipe uses C2. And you could try to make it think that it's waiting at the bottom of its cycle when it's already reaching the top of its cycle and thus grow a bit more. Right, so you could try to make this pipe here, you could try to make it like go like way up here, like there, like that's a good pipe, right? It's not entirely clear to me how you would achieve that, because the platform is over here and the pipe is over here, and spoiler alert, the pipe despawns off screen. And like, that's a pretty big distance. So you would first have to take this pipe and move it like here. Or like, yeah, like take the pipe and move it over here. And then you let it grow. That sounds like a plan, right? Like epic plan. Like you take the pipe and you move it over here and then you make it grow. Do you gain anything from that? Maybe I should at least like check if this would be funny. Like, would this actually be funny? If I did this over and over again. Like, let's say I poke 0 into the pipe, and it starts growing a bit more. and I poke 0 to the pipe, and it starts growing a bit more. I mean, it is funny, right? But, and I set the C2 of the pipe to 0, and it starts growing a bit more. And let's say I let it grow a bit more. But I mean, it's kind of funny to have the pipe in the way like this. But I do also want to point out that it's kind of in the way. Like, this pipe is kind of just in the way, right? No. It's just mildly in the way. But okay, so, yeah. But, like, what do I gain from this? It seems to me that the pipe has some failsafe that prevents it from overwriting random garbage RAM if it grows too much. Wait. I have to, like, understand what's going on here. So here we have growing pipe main. Also, wait, I just saw the question. 9E isn't something we can easily write to either. I think the answer is no, and that's why I didn't say anything earlier, but I didn't actually check. Yeah, yeah, no, I mean, 9E is just the earliest of the sprite tables once again. And I don't know any way to change it. I'm saying this to I actually don't know any way to change 9E. I mean, if you could write to 9E, that would be like, once again, one of the most broken glitches ever, right? I mean, it would be pretty epic if you could just write to 9E, but like, wow, would you break the game if you could do that? Okay, anyway, so growing, shrinking pipe main. PHP, PHK, PLB, JSR, PLB, RTL. Yeah, my favorite routine, by the way. Love this kind of, reading this kind of code, yeah. Like, wow. What is this even doing? I mean, actually, what is this even doing? PHP, PHK, PLB. It sets the data... Wait, no. It sets the data bank register to the current value of the program bank register. And I'm aware that it does that. But... why? Like... why? Am I stupid? I guess for like this kind of opcode here? I guess for this kind of opcode here. I guess these don't exist otherwise. There would be no long indexing comma y. There's only like... medium indexing, like medium addressing, y indexing. So I guess if you want to have this kind of opcode in your code, you actually need to update the B register. Anyway, I think that's kind of the only spot where this is relevant, right? Because like these are RAM mirrored anyway. This is direct page. Who cares? This is a JSR. It doesn't care about the B register. This is BNE. It doesn't care. JSR still don't care. SCC, SBC absolute don't care. SBC immediate don't care. SBC immediate don't care. PHA doesn't care. Yeah, none of this cares about the. It cares because of this. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so what does this code actually do? Because it looks to me like I am very confused. It looks to me, at least, as if there's no check whether this thing is actually in the bounds of the level. Like we have LDA STA, BQ LDA D8, AND0F. So this is the X position low byte. AND0F, so it just checks the low byte. BNE, JSR. And then we have the subroutine to handle spawning tiles for the growing shrinking pipe. So it stores some stuff. Then it LDAs 18.5e and stores that to 9c. It loads the JSL generate tile. Maybe the generate tile routine actually does have a failsafe in place. Okay, we have our failsafe here. Okay, so the pipe doesn't check doesn't have a failsafe because the generate tile routine already has a failsafe. But yeah, this means that kind of setting the C2 of the pipe isn't terribly interesting, or so I claim, because there's actually a different use for this, which is but that you can do without like setting any amount of like C2 shenanigans. You can just take the pipe and you can just, I mean, oh. Can you do this? By the way, the star is worrying me. So the thing is, right, like there's this mushroom, and this mushroom is kind of hard to get to. So I was thinking, how about you just take the pipe and you spawn it here? Somehow. Because then it spawns and then it does the thing where it grows, or rather, it doesn't even have to do the thing where it grows, because on spawning, the pipe clears out a bit of space above it. So pipe spawns, kills all of this. You activate the block. You're happy. Actually, you're not quite happy because the mushroom spawns above the level and falls down here. You just spawn a second pipe. More pipes. Or maybe you just spawn the pipe here and then erases all of this, right? Like you spawn the pipe here and like it erases this column and this column completely, and then you just activate the block from the side and then you're happy. I guess then you're happy. Or you just spawn more pipes, like you just spawn so many pipes that the entire level has gone missing because the pipes have erased half of it. Yes, surely that's a good idea. Nothing that could possibly go wrong with this plan. But more seriously, what's up with the star block, actually? Because there's this block with a star down here. And I guess you could make it, you could use it to, like, make coin blocks spawn outside the level, because... because it's Taiwan 21, but also why would you want to? I mean, I think I've talked about this last stream as well, and my conclusion was there's no point in doing this. But I mean, of course, so you could go and move around this pipe, and then you move around this pipe, and then suddenly you could activate this. But for that, you don't need to manipulate the C2 of the pipe in any way. You just take the pipe and move it here. Of course, now you could ask, how do you take the pipe and move it here? And to that I would answer, a great question. Because I think this is, the distance is too, yeah, the distance is too great for an item swap. Too big of a distance for an item swap. Leaving the other option, which is spawning the pipe into slot 1, doing a null sprite spit, and then getting a star and moving it over here. I think once you are able to do that, though, you should probably be able to get this mushroom in another way. Because it's not so clear to me how you would even get the null sprite if you... I guess getting the null sprite isn't so bad. Even if you don't have power-ups. Maybe. Possibly. Perhaps. Maybe. Of course, I still haven't even answered the question of how do I even get this Yoshi, but I'll figure out a way. I first need to figure out why I even want to do anything in this level. Because that's also a bit dubious, right? Because this is the title screen level still. I was like, what do I actually want to do in the title screen? And I mean, of course, getting this mushroom in the title screen, like, yeah, great, then we have a mushroom in the title screen. What next? It's a bit unclear what I want to do in the title screen to begin with. Okay, maybe I should check other sprites that use C2. Doesn't seem to be interesting in any way. There seems to be like no interesting sprite. I mean, there seems to be just no sprite that uses C2 in a way that's interesting, such that if you set it to 0 accidentally, it becomes interesting. Except for the pipe. The pipe kind of counts. But I don't know a use for the pipe. I mean, I guess you can make the pipe grow until you reach this 1-up block. And once again, all of this is assuming that you can't even somehow have the pipe on screen while this platform is doing its thing. Just like as a random curiosity. Nah. I just saw that 16.9D is being used to determine whether a bounce sprite runs its main routine or its init routine. And I had hoped it would do that by indexing some tables. But it doesn't. It just explicitly LDA 69D. Sad. Sad. Very sad. Okay, that's also not interesting then. Yeah, no. No. Okay, I can't seem to find anything interesting. I just, like, looked into which addresses correspond to the 18th entry of a sprite table. Again. I mean, of course I've checked that before, but I checked it again. And I, well, still didn't find anything interesting, except for, well, of course, 1594. Because 1594 allows you, I mean, changing 1594 of a Koopa changes which sprite slot it's jumping into. And so you could make a Koopa in slot 0 jump into the sprite in slot 1, thereby normalizing the sprite in slot 1, which you could, for example, use for a submap warp. But maybe you could use it for something else. But it's not so clear to me what you would use it for, actually, because I think Koopas only jump into stun sprites. And yeah. I mean, somehow most sprites are not stunned. Like, you first have to stun them. And then later on normalizing them again seems a bit weird in general. Of course, not so the P-switch, right? The P-switch is normally stunned. And if you normalize it, you get to trigger the submap warp. But yeah. But that's 1594, right? And that's not so terribly, I mean, being able to trigger the submap warp is cool and all, but not that great, because, I mean, let's assume for a second, in the situation that I'm currently in, I normalize the P-switch. Right, so I'm normalizing the P-switch. Did I normalize the P-switch? Am I stupid? Did I... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh no, I am changing the P-switch. But am I stupid? I need to also check something else, right? You need to normalize and you need to set 1564. Which... right. There is a lack of blue Koopas, of course, in this. Is the blue Koopa really the only way of triggering the... Oh, I thought there was a different way. Wait. I mean, not that that would be in any way useful even, right? I mean, somehow I mainly wanted to convince myself that it wouldn't even be useful triggering this here. So let's just cheat. Once again, right? What? Oh, I forgot to normalize my P-switch, oops. I believe this would be useless. I mean, getting into this state. I mean, this sure as hell doesn't seem so useful. Yeah, so doing a submap warp on the title screen wouldn't even help. Because it spawns you at 0, 0 on the submap. That wasn't the title screen? Wait, that wasn't the title screen? Am I stupid? Oh! I was on level 6. Oh. Right, that's why they have different music. So that you can actually recognize them. But then I still didn't recognize them anyway. I don't think it would be helpful here either. Let's just double check. That was the demonstration that doing a submap warp is typically useless if you don't know what you're doing. Now this is on the title screen. So if I now do the submap warp from here, then this should bring me to the submap. And still seems useless. I guess what's actually different here? What do you mean? Oh, the overworld looks half right, yes. It's actually a question I don't know the answer to. Actually, why are we even on Valley of Bowser? I submap warped in the on the title screen. Shouldn't that set the submap to 1? That is, shouldn't it bring me to Yoshi's Island? I don't know how the overworld works, clearly. You are in Yoshi's Island. I mean, in some sense, I am in Yoshi's Island, yes. But I think we do agree that the map being loaded currently is not Yoshi's Island. I mean, at least visually and sound-wise. So why is this being loaded? Like, why is this here? Why am I seeing this? What causes this to be here? Actually, you're also lying. I am not in Yoshi's Island. According to the game. According to the game, I'm in Valley of Bowser. I asked 1F11. So I asked 1F11, and 1F11 told me, yeah, he's on... Well, what does being somewhere even mean? Because to me, being in Yoshi's Island and being in Valley of Bowser doesn't have any meaning anyway, right? That's completely meaningless. You are either on a submap or you are on the main overworld, and then you have coordinates. I mean, like, the actual movement code on the overworld doesn't know about submaps, right? It just knows about... There exists the main overworld and there exist submaps. I mean, of course, I think we agree that Mario's currently here. Mario's here, right? Or maybe, like, here? Like, Mario's here. And of course you could say that this is on Yoshi's Island. Because, I mean, okay, realistically, yes, this is on Yoshi's Island. But we also agree that we currently see this. So, I mean, Mario's here, we currently see this, but that's... The movement code probably doesn't even know that, just not what... Version 7 FD80... What? I think you mean 7ED800, but anyway, high flips. But yes, I guess the movement code doesn't even know that, it just knows 7ED800. But it's 7E, not 7F. I think. But no, wait. The movement code must know whether I'm currently on a submap or not. I think. Or is it... Wait. How does 7ED800 work? Is the entire overworld loaded, or is it just that... Does the game load the entire overworld, layer 1 wise, or does it only load the submap part or the main overworld part at any given moment? How does any of this work? Yeah, I mean, of course, all of the submaps are loaded at once. The question is just, is it loading the submaps and the main overworld at the same time? Layer 1 wise? Or... Like, I'm just very confused. Like, how does any of this work? But there's so much space in 7ED800. What does it put there? It's like 2 kilobytes of data. What is it doing with these 2 kilobytes? Like, 2 kilobytes is big enough to store the entire path data for both overworlds, right? I mean, for both main map and submaps. Okay, what does the RAM map say? It says, in the format of 04D678. So let's check what this format of 04D678 is. Yeah. Path directions after beating a level. Indexed by trans level. Format is NNSS -- 0 up, 0 1 down. Wait, this is not the data that I wanted, I think. Maybe I did actually want the layer 1 tile map. Maybe I wanted C800. I think I wanted C800, not D800. But then, I mean, we agree that this is using 1 byte per tile, which is quite wasteful, but okay. But then 2 kilobytes. I mean, the submap is 32 times 64, which is, oh well, that's 2 kilobytes. Okay. I agree. 2 kilobytes are needed to store the layer 1 tile map. No, wait. I'm stupid. It's 32 times 32. I was measuring the wrong thing. The submaps are just 32 times 32. And because they're just 32 times 32, that's 1024. And you need 1024 to save all of the layer 1 tiles for the submaps. And you have allocate 2048. So surely it's loading both at the same time, right? If you need 1024 and you allocate 2048, then surely this means you load both the main map and the submap, because they both need 1024, right? 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 Like, so my understanding of RAM allocation in this game works, that they don't just randomly allocate 2 kilobytes for data that only is 1 kilobyte. So in particular, the movement code should care. Anyway, this was a bit of a tangent. You know what makes me mad? Sentences like this. Yeah, sometimes you should be able to read, like, right? Reading is kind of good. I mean, 70C8000 literally just said what we just discussed. Yes. Yeah, you know, reading is hard. Okay, so with all of this said, what do we learn from this? I mean, seriously, what did I learn from this just now? Like, I said so many words and looked up so much stuff. But what is this actually telling me now? Why did I look up any of this? I mean, I guess I wanted to know why Valley of Bowser is being shown. And the answer is because of some Lunar Magic custom code. And then I wanted to know where Mario's actual position is, and the answer is here. And then I guess my question was... how does this help me? Because I mean, now that I'm here, right? Like, imagine I'm here. And I'm just stuck, right? I mean, when I'm here, I'm just stuck. So I don't want to be here. So instead I... But then what do I want to do? Ah! What do I even want to do in this mess of a hack? Like... What is my goal? I mean, of course, my goal is ultimately to be here with 2 exits. Okay, sure. But... What? Like, it seems to me that no conceivable sequence of events, and I mean event in the technical sense of the word here, will allow me to get here. Right? Because, I mean, which events can I trigger? Well, I can trigger events 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm pretty sure I can trigger any of these events. I'm fairly confident that I can do that, in fact. We might run into some problems with some of them, but ultimately events 3, 4, 5, 6 should all be, like, obtainable. But then let's say I get event 3. So let's say I get event 3. Then I'm here. And this level blocks itself. And this path doesn't unblock. And so I'm sad. I guess I should double check that when I'm here... Then the submap warp would bring me here, which also seems terribly useless. So... If I'm here and I activate event 3, then I kind of don't get anything, because then this level blocks itself and I'm kind of stuck here. And if I save the game, then I'm just still stuck here. Okay, so let's maybe not do this. Then maybe let's trigger event 4 instead. So then I trigger event 4, then I go here, this red path gets overwritten, and I got to go there. I can save the game, and then I'm stuck here. Because why am I really stuck here? Well, because this star has then unlocked. And because the star has unlocked, I can then warp to this level. Which, I mean, ultimately that's great, right? You get to the level where you wanted to go, and you even have an exit. Well, I wanted 2 exits. So that seems useless. So instead you could say... Yeah, what can you say? What can you say apart from that? I mean, let's say, okay, so I don't want to get event 3 or 4, so I want to get both events 5 and 6. Because I've just said I want 2 exits, right? And I just said I trigger event 3 and I trigger event 4, and both of them kind of were unsatisfactory. So now I guess I want to have event 5 or 6. Ah, by the way, if you want to trigger event 5 or 6 here and then somehow go there, then you will run into the trouble that event 5 or 6 break this tile. They break this tile, and so you can't walk to here anymore, so you're stuck once again here. So now you could say, okay, well, somehow... Maybe you just get somehow here, and you trigger event 5, and then you trigger event 6. Well, first of all, good luck getting here, but secondly, event 5 auto moves you to the right and onto this red tile. Sorry, not this red tile, this won't be here, but this will be here. And this red tile once again soft locks you. So, once again, you don't win, right? So you trigger both event 5 and 6 here, but then, I mean, you can trigger event 6, you can trigger event 5. I mean, somehow maybe you may be able to do this, but then you get bricked here. Not great. Also, I guess you shouldn't be able to enter this level twice, if the hack actually worked as intended. Actually, that's not true. That's not true, because you could trigger event 6 and then go here, save the game, go back, reset the console, trigger this again. That would be nice, except that first of all I don't know how to get here, and second of all I don't know how to save the fact that I will have obtained level event 5 then. Because event 5 still auto-moves you onto this. Let's just double check that what I'm just saying is true. Because I might be bullshitting here. Because I never actually looked at how the game looks when both event 5 and 6 are parsed. Wait, what? No, I'm confused. Wait, what? Oh, right, I decomposed the entire overworld. That's what you get for decomposing the overworld. And then wondering why it doesn't look the way it should anymore. Well, so the problem is if you trigger event 5, then you loop back onto here. And actually, wait a second. How do events work? I mean, no, seriously, how do events work? At all in this game? Like, how do events work in this game? Because, you see, I mean, at some point, the game must take the data that's the entire overworld, and then it must upload the data of which events have been passed and overwrite some of the layer 1 tile data again, right? I mean, at some point, the game takes the standard state of the overworld and puts it into RAM, and then at some other point, it will later have to iterate through all of the events, check which have been passed, and then overwrite the relevant part of the data, right? And this should probably happen on overworld load. This entire conglomerate. Now, first of all, when you return to the overworld and you activate an event, is the tile data of the event actually being written as the event plays out? Or was it already written the moment you loaded the overworld? Because, annoyingly, this is actually important now. Because, well, basically because in one of the two settings, the question is just which event overrides which one. Actually, it doesn't matter. Wait. Does that even matter in this specific situation? I think that might actually not matter in this specific situation at all. Wait. I might just be overly afraid of things. Because the actual part that's... Actually, wait. Why am I scared? What am I scared of? Wait, what am I scared of? Ooh. I think there might actually be a different thing that I should be scared of. Um, okay. Would you mind opening level 6 in LM? Oh, okay, good. Whatever is good here. I have no idea. To me, it looks like things are terribly bad. Right now I'm confused. This is not the version you currently uploaded on SNW Center, right? I just want to point this out. This is still version 1.01. I did not change the ROM at any point. Just want to point that out. I mean, I can download it, but given that you told me what their only change is, I kind of wasn't so inclined. I mean, I guess I can download it. So, just for you, I will. By the way, I am very confused by the one change that somehow has been made in here by going from version 1.0 to 1.01. Like, is that actually the only change? Because, like, the more I look at this change, I am realizing that I don't actually understand this change at all. That's interesting. Anyway, this is the version you uploaded on SNW Central. So it has the moons, in particular. And this is now an extended object. Rude. Anyway, so we have this level, which by the way starts with the No Yoshi intro, which is already pretty rude. Oh, and it has a time limit. I'm learning so much about this level. So this is the normal exit, and this soft locks you. Right? Yeah, this soft locks you. This brings you here. Where you kind of don't want to go. So let's not maybe go there. Now, assume that I got a secret exit in here somehow. Through some mysterious ways, I maybe get a secret exit in here. So let's say I get a secret exit. Aha! Yeah, this is what I wanted to check. Because you can't actually move away from this level tile, you don't get a save prompt. Because to trigger the save prompt, you need to walk to a different level tile. That's how the S&W overworld works. You get the save prompt upon arriving on the next level tile after beating a level. You don't get the save prompt for beating the level, you get it for arriving on a level tile after beating a level. And yeah, you see the problem. So yeah, terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Unless it's a no auto move level number. What? This one isn't. Yeah, I mean, I already checked the no auto move levels. So unfortunately, none of them are bound to anything useful here. Right, so in particular, if I now reset my console, and I look at my save file, Mario B is still empty. I mean, Mario A is, of course, still my nice, friendly one exit file. Actually, the interesting part about this is that despite the game saving, after you walk onto the next level, it still saves your position as being in the old level. Like, that's so weird. Why is that a thing? What? Also, I can't enter this level anymore. Like, why does it work like that? Colon 3. Yeah, it's just one exit. Yay, I collected the entire credits. I'm so good at this game. And this kind of just doesn't help, because then... Wait a second, why is this Mario small? Why is this Mario small? Why am I small? Wait, I'm confused. I'm actually confused in multiple ways. But yeah, I'm in particular confused. Why am I small? Like, I have a mushroom in here. I go onto the overworld. And I'm small. Of course, normally I would say, yeah, that's completely reasonable. This hack just has counter break enabled. However... What? Hello? Hello? Hack's just straight up lying to me. What is this? Magikey? Explain? Might have to do with selecting on an already started file or something? I don't know. It's just straight up lying. Wow. Wow. Heck, just lying to me. It's unacceptable. Ah, okay. So now that I've yelled at Magikey, back to yelling at Lunar Magic or something, I don't know. Ah, but this is... what is going, like, why, what do I want to do? I mean, the thing is, I mean, normally I would say, yeah, okay, just start doing some crazy stuff, like, I don't know, change game mode or something. Like, just change the game mode, right? How bad can it be? I mean, how do you change the game mode in this scenario? Like, given this level, how do you change the game mode? Like, forcefully. Of course, you can change the game mode by dying and loading the overworld, or by entering the door. I'm not talking about those. Like, forcefully, unintendedly, suddenly change the game mode. How do you do this? In this setting. Because, I mean, how would you do it normally, right? Somehow the standard way of changing the game mode, forcefully, suddenly, no arbitrary code execution, would be... Reset game is not suddenly and forcefully, by the way. That's the game jumping to an intended reset vector. That's still inside the confines of the game that wants to do that. So, I mean, how would I normally do that? I mean, I would spit out sprites.1c. And then the X position of sprites.1c is being stored at RAM address 0100, and so that changes the game mode. Okay, so how do you get sprites.1c into Yoshi's mouth? Well, you don't. So instead you Yoshify a platform. There's a platform here, so you think you're good, but of course this platform doesn't have sprites.1c in its mouth, it has sprites.18 in its mouth. 18, 1-8. And that's of course also a very interesting number, but it's not 1c. Okay. And yeah. How else do you change the game mode? I don't know. Do I have to learn how this game works now? Do I have to like look at what the people in the S&W Science channel were doing? I thought I had roughly kept up with what was going on there. Also, for some reason, there's always like every few months somebody comes into the S&W Science channel and just asks like, how do I get more Yoshi colors? And it's like, I think that's like the most often asked question in this channel. In case you couldn't tell, I kind of am annoyed by these questions. Because it's like, I don't know. It's not even, I mean, yeah. I think I'm mainly annoyed by the question because I just find the answer very boring. I mean, like, why do you want these Yoshis? Like, come on. Ask about interesting stuff, please. Do X or Y flipped Yoshis count as new colors? Depends on your definition of color. I mean, I guess it also, like, does a Chuck Hammer Yoshi count as a new color? I mean, I think a Chuck Hammer Yoshi is definitely a new color, but technically it isn't. Technically it's still the same color as one of the usual ones. Or unusual ones. But it's like, what's going on here? I'm just like back reading S&W Science right now. In the hopes of, I don't know, figuring out what people were trying to figure out. Because I might have missed something. Because sometimes I just like see 300 new messages by people messing around with the gray platform glitch and I go like, no. Hmm. Ah. Okay, I did a bunch of back reading in S&W Science and I didn't find anything. Except that I saw that Magikey asked about what happens if you exit the title screen using a message box. Pointed out a few things that happened then, and got 0 answers. Amazing. I love S&W Science. So yeah, hi Octave Fractal. I mean, I also found a bunch of other stuff in there, but yeah. S&W Science, something happens there. Okay, so with all of that said, so I have now backread like half a year of S&W Science, and I have figured out exactly nothing again. Great, I love this. And so I'm back to not understanding anything. That scene did end up understanding, help you understand what's going on. Ah, great. Ah, beautiful. Yes. I mean, the good thing about this puzzle here is at least there's no gray platform. There's no gray platform in this hack. I'm really happy that there is no gray platform in this hack. Not yet, there is no! I mean, to be fair, the last hack actually had me spawn a brown platform in. So, no! Wait until you're 50 more hours and it's spawn one? No. Oh no! Is there a gray platform hidden here somewhere? I mean, I would have been majorly concerned had you actually allowed me to repoint CE, right? Because had you allowed me to repoint CE, then I would have been able to get, well, a gray platform, but also literally anything else. I mean, not literally anything else, but a lot of other stuff, let's say. I mean, maybe it is time to figure out what's actually going on when you reach the overworld from a message box. But I also do want to point out that I did have trouble actually spawning a message. The data from the save isn't loaded for one. Which is actually interesting, right? Because this makes me realize I don't actually understand how the overworld is loaded. Or rather, what actually happens when the data from the save is loaded. Because I think what happens... No, the data from the save is always initialized. I mean... I think how SNW works. Isn't most WRAM cleared on title screen load? Yes, it is. All except for the stack, in fact. I mean, at least in the 0 to... Actually, okay, sorry. Most WRAM is not cleared on the title screen load. That's wrong. All of the mirrored RAM, except for the stack, is cleared. But 7E2000 to 7EFFFF are not cleared. And neither is 7F, neither is the entirety of Bank 7F. However, the game of course just writes data to a lot of the RAM in 7E2000 or in Bank 7F. And so of course by writing data there it initializes, but it doesn't clear technically. It just, well, it clears the mirrored RAM. Anyway, that's my comments on RAM initialization. And so yeah, okay, by initialized you don't mean cleared. Okay, so we agree, yes. So what doesn't happen is that the SRAM that the data in SRAM gets written to the SRAM buffer. And so you could... Yeah, but what do you win then? Oh! No. You don't win. No, this doesn't help. This doesn't help. I was about to say, oh, but no. This doesn't help. You win having flags like don't re-enter not set. I guess that's true. Right. Because the flags is... Yeah, right. Because you... Right, because you don't load your save file. So you start with a save file that's all zeros. And because you start with a save file that's all zeros, that means in particular that every overworld flag of every level tile is all zeros. Which means that move up, move down, move left, move right, don't re-enter on past level, cannot re-enter... don't enter, cannot enter on past level, and save prompt are all not checked. Which in particular means that no level has a save prompt anymore. Wait, that doesn't seem good. There's no ghost house in here. There's no fortress in here. There are no save prompts anymore. I mean, at least not any of the save prompts that are added by Lunar Magic. Of course, the vanilla save prompts still exist. Which means... Does anyone know which level tiles trigger a save prompt? No. Does anyone know the complete list of level tiles that don't trigger a save prompt? I mean, it's definitely Ghost House, Fortress, Castle. But there is one obscure one that I keep forgetting. It is... Fortress, Castle, Ghost House, second Ghost Ship, every second Special World, level 2 switches. Wait, what? Hello? I'm confused. Okay, this works. Wait, what? Why do switches have that? You're not supposed to beat them more than once? So what? Okay, so it's tile 7D. Tile 7D. It's the one that I care about. Pretty sure there has been like... I'm pretty sure this is... Now I'm very confused. This is 7D. But the Lunar Magic help file claims 7E. Or 80. This is level tile 7D, not 7E. The 6E, 7D. Once again. I'm confused. But the special world levels do it safe, so I mean, I presume. Unrevealed versus revealed. Ah. Ah, so revealing a tile actually changes its... Wait, revealing a tile changes its ID? Huh. The more you know, the more you learn. Okay, sure. I mean, I guess it must. Yeah, I guess it must. Okay. So tiles 7E and 80 are the ones that save, as well as 5D, 5.8, 6.3. Okay, great. Armed with this knowledge. Armed with this knowledge, I shall now check that you are a 66. And you are a 66. And you are a 5A. And you're a 72. So none of these save. Okay. Unfortunate. Well, this is a ghost house. It leads to level 13B. Now 13B is unedited and hence is a test level. Good luck beating that, I guess. It also doesn't have an event map to it. So, somehow, the thing seems to be, if you reach the overworld from a message box on the title screen, then, because SRAM starts off all zeros, because SRAM starts off all zeros, none of the overworld flags get set the way Lunar Magic wants them to be set, and thus all of the save prompt and level has been passed and no entry of level pass things are all not set. Which in particular means that none of the levels in... on this overworld that actually give you an event are going to save the game. Moreover, okay. However, this means that you can get event 6 to trigger. However, you won't be able to save the game. But you can then afterwards still enter this level. However, even if you're able to do this, then you still haven't saved the game. So what are you actually doing? Like, I mean, at some point, you must save the game, right? Otherwise, you don't win. And it's not like any of these levels are going to help you. Although these levels are quite curious, to be honest. Ghost House. I'm aware of the Ghost House. I'm also aware of this fortress. And this Ghost House. Right? And this Ghost House. I'm aware of these things. I don't see how they would help. Because, I mean, I would have to beat this Ghost House, right? And this Ghost House is level 13B. And level 13B is an unedited test level. And because it's an unedited test level, I somehow have to bring a way to beat the level. Which, yeah, I mean... How do you bring a way to beat a level into a level? Well, typically you bring an orb, right? I mean, somehow that's the classical way of bringing a way to beat the level. You bring an orb. So how do you bring an orb? Well, you typically do it by... power-upifying a horizontally flopping fish and then eating it. Yes, that's while having a fire flower collected. Yes, of course, that's the classical way of getting an orb. Of course, boring people would just eat a clapping chuck. More to the point, there's a distinct lack of fire flowers in this level. Which immediately makes getting an orb not so easy anymore. There is a fire flower? I mean, in 19, yes, there is a fire flower. Wait, do I? I mean, I guess it is a fire flower. But a fire flower is not a clapping chuck. And it actually wasn't kind of the fire flower that I was so worried about, as opposed to, anything else in the setup. Because I mean, I'm not going to like bring an entire, I don't know, whatever setup to into this level, right? It's just not going to happen. Right, this is Lunar Magic 2 still. This is not Lunar Magic 3. I think that's good. Because I don't want to think about how Lunar Magic 3 does stuff. Okay, I can't seem to figure out anything that's terribly useful here. I might just end stream here for the week. And just like come back next week. Yeah, I think I'm just stopping here. Because I'm not figuring out anything, I think, by just... I mean, at some point I will, but not right now, apparently. I guess I learned something about the overworld in the past few hours. Not sure how useful that knowledge is. But better to have it than to not have it, I guess. So, have a good night. Thanks for watching, and see you next week with, well, more of this, I guess.